This is the 2024 Lexus LS 500h, and it is one of only 2 Toyota or Lexus products in North America that comes with the company's hands-off teammate driver assist system. Now, we're going to take it for a test today in a unique video for our channel, as you're going to spend the next 4.5–5 hours with me as we try the system over 300 miles of driving. Swiss time is running out, so let's get started. At a few points during this video, I mentioned this car starts at roughly 117 grand. That's not true. It starts at a little under 115 at 114,210 before delivery. And I also mentioned that the car is roughly 120 with taxes and stuff. It's actually going to be more than that because our car stickers at 119,380 with delivery. Now, back to the drive.
Proceed about 10 miles to the roundabout.
Now that we're on our way, let's talk a little bit first about the car that we're in. This is a 2024 Lexus LS 500h, which is the hybrid version. The hybrid version only comes in all-wheel drive, and it is the same hybrid powertrain that is in the LC 500h. So 365, I believe, horsepower, similar torques. It's just a traditional hybrid setup. There's no plug, there's no series hybrid setup, there's no range extender or anything like that. Just a V6 mated to an electric motor for assist functionality. Throughout the course of this drive, we will be keeping track of our fuel economy, which I'll give you regular updates on. But it's a nice car. I'll give you more of a more detailed analysis, I think, after I spend a little bit more time in it. But basically, this is Toyota/Lexus's flagship. At least in their sedan category, which they don't have a lot of sedans, but they still do. And this is definitely on the high end of that. It rings in with tax right around $120,000, which is a lot of money. The big differentiator between this and the gas version is in the gas version, you can get the crystal adorned captain's chairs in the rear, the full executive seating setup. It's like a $25,000 option, which is a lot of money. But you can't get that on the hybrid. But one thing that does come standard on the hybrid is Lexus Teammate, which is what we are going to sample today. Now, Teammates, this is an interesting product. It is Lexus's and Toyota's hands-off, for the most part, driver assist system. So if you're on a digitally mapped road, just like with Super Cruise or Blue Cruise, the system will let you take your hands off the steering wheel. And it will do assisted lane changes. However, you have to have your hands on the steering wheel for that. It'll also have an self-auto park, stuff like that as well. What separates Teammate technologically from Super Cruise and Blue Cruise and Tesla's full self-driving is that this uses visual cameras, radar, all sorts of radars, and also a LiDAR system up front. So in theory, this fusion of sensor technology should be better. It should also help sort of steer the direction towards maybe a level 3 system where you can have prolonged periods of not paying attention, or a level 4 where you don't even need to really be bothered at all. So is that coming? I don't know. I don't know if this car is capable of anything like that out of the box, but you will notice, and I'll walk you through later, there are a bunch of sensor ports on the outside of this car, and they even have little washers on them to make sure that they can see in inclement weather, which is nice. One other thing to mention too about Lexus Teammate is recently the IIHS did a comparison of these level 2 plus-ish driver assist systems, mainly how much they allow for tomfoolery and shenanigans. And the only system that came back with what was an adequate rating an acceptable rating was Lexus Teammate. So there are the way that it monitors to make sure you're paying attention. It looks at your face. There is sensors in the steering wheel to make sure that you're touching it. Plus then there's just certain things you can't disable when certain things are enabled, stuff like that, whatever. It's not to say this is particularly any safer necessarily than the other systems, but the IIHS is pleased with the way that Lexus is rolling out their system. Now, the problem is it's only available on this car. And also the Toyota Mirai, it was an option on the new updated Mirai, but like that's going to be like 10 cars. So, yeah, $120,000 is a lot of money to spend to get a hands-off driver assist system, especially when Super Cruise is so prevalent. And I would say at the beginning of this drive, Super Cruise is definitely my favorite system. Blue Cruise is getting better. Nissan's ProPilot 2.0 is also getting pretty good. Both of those systems require your hands-on for lane changing, which is a little silly, if you ask me. Like, either do the lane change yourself, car, or just have me do it, because as you'll see a little bit later, there is a process, and that's can be a challenge. It can be complicated. It can be a little confusing. It can be time-consuming, especially if you're in traffic. What about this drive, though? So I'd be doing this drive normally. Like, I would want to go out and test the system on an extended highway drive, on a digitally mapped highway. So I figured, why not throw a camera in the car and have you guys come along? Makes sense to me, right? There's also this added sort of benefit of, like, you can kind of see now in real time how the system reacts to what's going on sort of around. And we've done something like this before with Tesla's FSD feature, which I'll have a link in the description box and above here, if I remember to put it in. And that will be, like, that had multiple cameras, and like we did a cut up version as well as just the raw footage from all of the camera views, so that like you could know there was nothing silly going on. I don't have the resources right now to do a massive multi-camera setup for a drive like this, especially for an extended period of time. Turns out GoPros don't like working after a while. They get warm and then they stop functioning. So I'm trying out the new DJI Pocket 3, which in testing at home seemed to do okay. It's on a gimbal, so the video kind of tries to self-center a little bit in opposite of the car. So that's a little bit weird looking, I think, on video, but it's also an opportunity, like I said, to test that, to see, okay, will this work on a longer trip? How valuable is this to add to our video recording arsenal? Also, a little bit selfishly, like, maybe you'll start watching this and fall asleep, and we'll get a huge amount of retention and money from AdSense. So, you know, there's a bunch of that. Some cool things about this drive. I am heading to Chicago. It's approximately, from door to door to where I'm going, it's actually exactly 300 miles. Based on when I started recording and where we stop and things like that, it probably won't end up being exactly that number. Might be a little bit more, might be a little bit less. But it is a 300-mile drive, 4.5 hours, give or take. And it is, right now, I'm heading north to intercept the Ohio Turnpike. And I will head west towards Chicago, and I'll be on the Ohio Turnpike, and then I'll be on the Indiana Toll Road, and then I'll be in Chicago with more toll roads. Yay, tolls! But all of these roads should be digitally mapped once I get to the Turnpike, and that's when we can really start to see the ProPilot, the teammate system really kind of see if it can come into its own. A few sort of caveats with the system. I would love to be able to show you, like I said, an instrument cluster view, because this car will tell you multiple miles ahead if you're using the built-in navigation system. Not only like where your next turns are, but in 3 miles you will need to be in the right lane. And it will then tell you whether it'll assist you getting into the right lane, whether you need to do it yourself, or whether the system will completely disable. Now, some reasons why I can't really show you that in action is because the driver monitoring software won't let me slap a camera right in front of the instrument cluster to show you. So, and I don't want something sort of in my face closer while driving, because that's dangerous. So I may try to find some way to get some B-roll later on in the day when we're not doing this part of the video and drop it in. But otherwise, I'm just going to have to kind of take my word for it on what the system's showing on the display.
Advanced drive activated. Left lane change starting.
We have a destination set in the built-in navigation system, which is Google-based. The new Toyota Lexus system is fantastic. It's a little weird in this car because it's definitely a drop-in replacement for remote touch, and some things are still kind of remote touch feeling. Certain buttons are from that generation. The climate controls and stuff in the rear seats is part of the fold-down center executive control stuff. Is definitely previous generation, and some of the features inside the infotainment system are a little weird trying to find. But that should get updated like when there's actually a full proper refresh. So I like the system better in other Lexus vehicles than this one, but it still works more or less the same. It supports wireless CarPlay and Android Auto, wireless CarPlay and Android Auto. I'll learn how to talk someday. You know, and does really kind of what it needs to do. But in order to take advantage of the really advanced stuff, you have to have a destination set in the built-in navigation. It'll still do all the teammate stuff without a destination, just like Super Cruise. But if you want to see the warnings ahead of time, like, oh hey, you need to be in this lane in 4 miles or whatever, you'll have to have a destination set built in. I won't deviate much, I don't believe, from the built-in navigation, just because I want to get a full experience on that. But there may be some places where it's painfully obvious that it's quicker.
In half of a mile, enter roundabout.
And really the rest of the time, it's just going to be you and me hanging out. I really can't listen to music because I'd get a copyright strike. Can't really listen to any podcasts because I'd probably get a copyright strike. So, yeah. Well, I'll give you some thoughts and stuff along the way about the system and the route, and, you know, who knows? Maybe you'll find this entertaining.
Enter
Maybe
roundabout, and then slight right onto US 6. Enter roundabout.
Maybe you'll find this entertaining. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll never watch one of our videos again. I hope that's not the case, but
slight right.
Figured gonna do the drive anyway, so
Proceed about 1 mile.
So I should have you come along with us. Approaching Fremont, Ohio, birthplace of Teresa Heinz Carey,
In half of a mile, keep right.
wife of John Kerry, of course, and also the home of Heinz, the tomato ketchup company. I believe they've officially now moved their headquarters somewhere else, but Fremont is their largest facility, and a lot of the farmland sort of around this area grows tomatoes for the purpose of being bought by Heinz. So there's your
Keep
fun.
right, and then turn right.
There's your fun fact of the
Keep
day.
right.
May not be the only
In
fun
a quarter
fact of
of
the
a
day,
mile, turn right.
but it is a fun fact.
Turn right. Proceed about 18 miles to Ohio 420 North.
See, I won't be doing that. I'll actually turn sooner to get onto the turnpike. Because there is a town called Woodville, Ohio, which I believe is the home of, I forget which astronaut. Important one, though. Lots of astronauts from Ohio, actually. I'll come back to that. But Woodville is a speed trap. It's one of those Ohio cities that has very short little, maybe a mile across, but during the course of that mile you drive, the speed limit changes 5 different times. Like, it's a little bit ridiculous. So we're going to cut early and go on the turnpike to avoid that, which will also give us more teammate time. Teammate. Speaking of astronauts, though, there was a time where I believe Ohio held the record for most astronauts. John Glenn, first man to orbit the Earth, Ohio, went on to be a senator. What else? First man to walk on the moon, Wapakoneta. There's actually a spacey science museum in Wapakoneta in honor of him. And it has some moon rock there. So if you're ever driving down the west side of Ohio, there's a museum you can go to and see some moon rock. If you're on that side of the state, though, also head south on 75 towards Dayton and go to the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The Museum of the Air Force is there, and it is dope. Lots of very historically significant aircraft. But also, there's a separate hangar where they have several planes that were used as Air Force One, including the one that FDR was on. And that's pretty cool because it has like a dumbwaiter in it to get the president up and in and out of the plane before people realized that he was actually in a wheelchair. So that's pretty cool. Plus, you can walk out of the airplane, sit your hands up in the air, and pretend like you're Richard Nixon, and say you're not a crook. It's fun. But if you're on, like, again, if you're into like space and flight and aircraft, like, the west side of Ohio is really kind of a cool, interesting place to go if you think about it. Trying to think what else. You go all the way to Cincinnati. You can get some Skyline chili. That's pretty famous, I suppose. Toledo has Tony Pacos, the hot dogs, and the Toledo Mud Hens, which if you're a Jamie Farr fan, you know that. Of course, Jamie Farr's from Toledo. And Jeep. It's a Jeep thing I wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. None of us would understand. At one point, though, we will pass the Jeep one of the Stellantis powertrain facilities, though. So, I don't know, maybe I'll point that out when we go by. But, yeah. Ohio. And the thing is, the joke about Ohio a lot of jokes, skibidi toilet and all of that, but the joke sort of growing up is like, what is it about Ohio that makes people want to leave the planet, considering there are so many astronauts? There's also a lot of presidents, too, I think 4. And actually back in Fremont is the Rutherford B. Hayes Presidential Memorial, because he was from Fremont, Ohio. Turns out. Lots of stuff near where I live that's historically significant, or significant to your day-to-day, because I wouldn't buy any ketchup that's not Heinz. Sorry, just tastes better. It's more expensive, it tastes better. But I also like Jif peanut butter, cheesy mums, all that. Let's try the wipers. Let's see what happens there. Oh, yeah. The wiper fluid's in the blades. That's how you know you're in a luxury car. It doesn't just splash all over the windshield. It goes right in front of you. Right in front of the blade. Ka-chow. This little town of Hessville was also a little bit of a speed trap. I don't see any state troopers this morning, but just at the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit drop, and people like to get busted. It was a nice morning, though. 72 degrees. It's been pretty hot lately, so I will take the reduced temperature for sure. And the weather should be okay most of the day, so we won't need to be testing out things like this all-wheel drive system. We're in comfort mode. I don't know why a luxury car would come with anything other than comfort mode. It's a little silly that it's got a Sport and a Sport Plus, like, hello. But, not that it's not slow, it's quick, but just, come on, if you're hauling people around or whatever, it's a luxury car. Luxury cars are supposed to waft along and be comfortable. And so, it's a little, I don't know. And actually, it has these handlebar controls up here, just like in the LC. Make it feel a little bit more sporty. Don't know if it actually is sporty. It's a good looking sedan, though. Nothing too obnoxious. Just long, sleek, elegant. Lots of space. Lots of tech. My seat massage, which I'll use later, heated and ventilated. Rear seats are heated and ventilated. No massage on those because they don't have the big, huge executive package, but, you know, peasant blockers all around, which is nice. A power lift gate / trunk / whatever. Weird though, you can't close it from inside the car. That's annoying. Like I said, some of the things feel a little bit dated compared to a modern Lexus. It sort of feels that way in the LC as well. Like, the controls and stuff are just a little bit old Lexus. As I go to try to pass this work truck here, Miller Pipeline, it is not actually, he speeds up. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? No, it's not Miller Pipeline. Logo's similar. Now what's weird is the system says that this right turn that I am going to take up here is 6 minutes faster. Why didn't it just put me on that to begin with? Now you notice a couple of prompts have come up and said, oh hey, there's a faster route. Though I don't know how to select it because I tried tapping it once. So, bleh. But as I said before, we are going to be getting on to the turnpike.
Proceed about 2 miles to I-80 West.
$20 miles in, 27.2 miles to the gallon. Not great, Bob. But I do have a new display on the instrument cluster. It says that Teammate is available in 2.1 miles when following my route. I have done a little driving with it before this, so this won't be my completely first time with Teammate. One thing I noticed, it'll actually follow you onto a ramp a lot farther than like what Super Cruise does, which is a little weird when it first does it, but it does slow you down and all of that, so it's interesting. Interesting for sure. Considering we're just highway cruising, so 27.3 isn't great.
In half of a mile, use the right lane to take the ramp on the right onto I-80 West.
1.1 miles till Teammate.
Take the ramp on the right onto I-80 West. Take the ramp.
Easy pass accepted. Woo!
Keep left onto I-80 West.
Now, according to the system, what I'm seeing displayed to me right now is I should be able to now use Teammate right after the split.
Proceed about 33 miles on I-80 West.
And guess what? Doesn't work. Advanced drive unavailable. Merge. Guess it wants me to merge traffic first. So I wonder if it would follow me on this ramp all the way back up it, though. I guess maybe we'll find out later when we have to get off the highway. Oh. We'll see. Advanced drive ready. Boop.
Advanced drive activated.
It gives a lot of voice feedback. So you might be able to see a little bit from the display, maybe not, that it was blue. It's not blue anymore. It lost the lines. Now it's blue. Blue, hands off. Woo! Now it's supposed to automatically suggest lane changes and stuff, and I have the cruise set at a higher rate of speed than this truck in front of us by more than a couple of miles per hour. And it's just like, nah, not interested. So let's see if I can coerce it into one. I'm going to left indicate, check blind spot, which I just did.
Change starting.
And I hold the steering wheel, and boom, lane change complete. Now, here's the thing. You heard all the kind of the beep. Like, it prompts you on the display, you must check your blind spot. So it either wants you to look over your shoulder or look towards a mirror. And it's tracing that as well. So it's not just assuming you're going to look, assuming whatever. You are not just a backup, but you are required to check before lane changing. Which, considering how many sensors and things this car has, is a little surprising. But I suppose that's Toyota/Lexus keeping it, reason for hands-on request right now. It says the sensor is blocked. That's interesting. So there must have been some glare from the sun in one of the rear sensors. Anyways, what I was saying was the system is definitely overly cautious considering how many sensors are on board. But I suppose that's probably the Lexus/Toyota way. But that was interesting. That actually gave me a reason why I had to put my hands on the steering wheel. Sometimes it just says, poof, don't do it. But and I do like the main sort of situation display when the thing's enabled. It shows you where cars are in relation to you, including the in lanes beside you. And it knew that semi was the semi. I don't think it really knows this RAV in front of me is a RAV, but, It looks like a little Pac-Man going along, gulp, eating little dots on this blue display. wish there was something redundant that I could put up on the sort of the main infotainment display, so you can kind of see that. But basically, the whole cluster's changed. It's got my speed that I'm set at. It says remain on this road, and then it's got this display. My car cruising along. I don't want to hold my hand on the steering wheel because I don't have to. It's a little weird hands off. I don't know if it's because of wind, though it's not that windy, but it seems like it kind of wants to ping pong a little bit in the lane. Not a significant amount, but just a tiny bit that you kind of notice. And it's weird. I don't recall that experience with Super Cruise. And I don't think it's really fighting wind. I mean, there might be a little bit of a breeze, but I'll try to pay attention more to that as we continue onward and upward. So there, I looked away just long enough that the system did not like it. I don't even think I looked that much. Just eyeing up the screen to make sure this is still recording properly, and so my phone down here. Oh, looky, it's not State Patrol. Border Patrol. Like, come on now. When I see Border Patrol on here, it's like we're nowhere near a border. I understand what Border Patrol is sort of, they're allowed to go within 100 miles of any border, and we're definitely within that. Oh, Canada. But, like, whatever. Not really sure what they're doing here. Also, fun fact about the Turnpike, the Ohio Turnpike anyways, it is a private road. So again, not sure why Border Patrol's here. The Ohio State Highway Patrol comes at the request of the company that owns the Turnpike, but you're on a private road. So, yeah. I was told by a lawyer once who was teaching a criminal business class thing that I was in. She's like, always fight speeding tickets on the Turnpike. Because of the unique sort of relationship. I guess there's some benefit to fighting it. I don't know, never had to do it, but kind of always stuck with me. That's a fun thing about like business law classes. So I have an MBA, so I've had to have a few of them. It's like, you go in there and then kids are just raising their hands and like, well, how much weed can I smoke, or this, or how do I get out of a speeding ticket? They don't really talk about business stuff in business law. Weird.
In 1 mile, use left 3 lanes to stay on I-80 West.
But yeah, and that's where it was sort of discovered, where I learned that little tidbit of information. Now, of course, weed's basically legal in Ohio. It's legal in Michigan. So I guess those questions won't be asked much anymore. But the traffic enforcement ones will be, for sure. Weird it hasn't prompted me for a lane change at all. I know that it will, but it's extremely cautious about it. I think you have to be like going significantly slower than your desired set speed, and like a bunch of things I think need to happen for it to suggest that. Where Super Cruise has lane discipline, man. It'll go left, it'll overtake, it'll get back into the right lane. You don't even have to touch it as long as you're paying attention. And I think that's an advantage. I get this is probably safer. It's probably a lot safer. But it also just is like, why wouldn't I just drive myself if I have to sort of assist with all the other things? The other hands-off stuff is nice. About to enter a work zone. Another reason why I was kind of excited to do this drive is that it's summer. So it's either, basically we have winter and construction seasons around here. So it should have me take over. Based on some of the research that I've done, is that it should have me just do the driving. But we'll see. Hasn't yet. Though this does not look like a full proper work zone. Because they are just now setting out cones. Check this out. We're going to see the little cone dropper. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Which is just a guy setting out cones. Still, no lane change. Oh, it's a Highlander, not a RAV. I like the Grand Highlander a lot. Feels different. Feels better. Feels more gooder. That Acadia's in a hurry. No, it is set to automatically lane change. I just would like to point that out. The system has that on. I checked the setting before we left. Excuse me. Sorry. So he's going to pass me, and then he's going to slow down. Ah, the Chrysler Toledo machining plant, Stellantis. Woo! Here on the right. That. Interesting things in the parking lot. The minute it beeps at me that I need to pay attention, like, it's already like your hands need to be back on the steering wheel. It doesn't just, it's not just, we'll give you the benefit of the doubt, like, it's off.
In 1 mile, use left 3 lanes to stay on I-80 West.
I do have polarized sunglasses on too, so I have a hard time seeing the instrument cluster. The heads-up display. Kind of gotta tilt my head to the sideways. Woo! Woo! But it seems to be seeing my eyes and stuff through the sunglasses fine. Which is helpful. an interesting traffic situation because we're going to lose the lane here in a second. The right lane. Yes, move to a faster lane. Yes.
Left lane change starting.
See, now that did okay. That wasn't terribly slow. In making that decision. And now on the display it says in 2 miles it's going to assist me in making a right lane change back into the middle. It looks like none of these work zones are anything other than setting up. Return to previous lane, yes. So I glance over,
starting.
hand on the steering wheel. There we go. It's just you gotta have your hand on the steering wheel and then you gotta check the mirrors. Like, it's not too difficult, it's just you got to figure that process out. You got to figure out the way this car wants you to do it. You know, once it's like, hey, do you want to hit OK? Like, you hit OK, hand stays on the steering wheel. Don't lift your hand off. And then immediately look into the mirror. It was a little confusing the other day when I was trying it because it's like, what's the process? Now, when this drops down to 2 lanes in 13 miles, I will stay in the right lane. I'll force it to do it. Not going to be that left lane hog the whole trip. Actually, not 12 miles. 1 mile. Just trying to hand theater. Les Miserables. I haven't seen Les Mis. I'd like to see Les Mis. The reduction to 2 lanes means we are now officially on the west side of Toledo, and there's a whole lot of nothing between this and the state line. Like, nothing. Just a whole bunch of Midwest.
Right lane change starting.
Now this does have a sensor in the steering wheel, so it's not just looking for torque. It can tell that my fingers are touching it, which is actually really nice. I hate the torque-based systems because you gotta like apply pressure to the steering wheel, and sometimes you gotta feel like you're steering against the car for the car to know that you're steering. So, there's a few, I mean, a lot of the level 2 systems are like that, and it's kind of annoying. It was nice though, eventually it decided, hey, you should get in the right lane. It finally had a little bit of lane discipline on its own. Which is nice. It says in 5 miles it's going to lane assist me into the left lane. Don't know why. Again, these weird prompts, sometimes it's just like...
Left lane change starting.
It's really talky though, isn't it? Get somebody in the car trying to, I don't know, sleep. That would probably get really annoying after a while. Though it does feel like I have a little bit of a companion with me. A teammate, if you will. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Move to a slower lane, yeah, but not while that car's in my blind spot. Now that's weird that it prompted that while that truck was in my blind spot.
Right lane change starting.
It should have seen that. Though the sun is in a weird spot with the sensors, so I guess that's why you're supposed to check. Because if I would have hit yes right then, now I don't know what the car would have done. It may have failed. It may have not failed, but may have canceled the change or whatever. It's possible. But it was weird that it prompted it while that truck was still in my blind spot. So I'm not uncomfortable in this car, but I should play with the power seats a little bit more. My biggest problem with like 20-way power seats is like I can never find the right setting for me to be comfy. Either the headrest is too far forward or not far enough back, or, you know, just whatever. So it had me just now put my hands on the wheel briefly through that little section there due to quote-unquote road condition. Funny, every time I'm talking about something else, the car's like, no, take over. I'm sure that's just a coincidence. Now back with the hands off. Anyways, like I said, sometimes it's just hard to find the right level of sort of seat comfort when there's like 20 different ways and motors, all sorts of motors all over the thing, and just, yeah. So 52 miles in, 27.6 miles to the gallon. Not great. I mean, it's probably better than the V8s, But I think I was getting something like 35 miles to the gallon in that LC that I had recently. So, granted, that car is lighter. A lot lighter. Pay toll ahead 2 miles. We are about to go through a new toll
2
plaza.
miles. Use left 2 lanes to keep left onto I-80 West.
So what's interesting is this navigation is updated because this is only recent that they've done this open air tolling. They've sort of changed how they do tolling on the turnpike. There's certain areas that you scan to get on, you scan to get off. But now they've added these mid-range tolling areas too, which is to get more money out of you. But very interesting that it already knows about it, because this is new. So good job. Good job, Google. Good job, Toyota. Good job, Lexus. Applaud. And because it's open air tolling, we can do it at speed. Ever wondered how much radiation an Easy Pass, like, because there's electronics in it, but like when it scans from the thing above, I wonder how much radiation there is. It's like getting an X-ray. Like, how far do you have to drive before it's like getting an X-ray?
Keep left onto I-80 West.
It's weird on the blue part of the screen.
Keep
It doesn't
left.
show that toll lane. Like, it's been showing exits and stuff earlier, but here it's...
Proceed about 45 miles on I-80 West.
Since they're temporarily unavailable. I doubt that. Ka-chow. I've also noticed too, what's interesting is sometimes the display in front of me will show 2 cars in the left lane, even though there's just one, almost like a phantom or shadow car. Now we're going way slower, and the car does not want to prompt for a lane change. I'm now about to get overtaken by an 18-wheeler, a semi, a tractor, a trailer, because the thing doesn't want to get me out of this lane. Like, how much slower do I have to be going than my desired speed in order for this to work? See, now I'm gonna have to force it.
Left lane change starting.
I did the lane change, you didn't. I didn't do it, you did it, car. No, actually, you didn't do it, car, I did it. Hey, mark off hard. So this truck's throwing up debris, so I'm gonna have to put farther distance between me and it. Because I don't want to crack a windshield. Drive Shop would not be happy with me if I cracked a windshield. Yeah, engage. Set that back to distance 1 and let's keep going.
Right lane change starting.
It's definitely quick to get me out of that lane, which I guess is good. See, I did that lane change all by myself.
Right lane change starting.
Old steering wheel, caution required. Okay. Now I can let off again. I was just gonna say it wasn't ping-ponging as much, but now it feels like it's back doing it again a little bit. It like apexed to that lane. Instead of staying in the middle, it got really far left, even though there was a car over here. Took the racing line. Excuse me.
Advanced drive ended.
So it didn't tell me that it was going to run out of road data. It didn't tell me anything. It just said, take over! It yanked my seatbelt, started tugging at that, and then, like, I had to... Now cruise control's disabled, like everything disabled. Advanced drive is ready again, so now I kind of... Road data unavailable. Vehicle position initializing.
Advanced drive activated.
So sometimes, like, and I've been watching the display, sometimes it'll say, oh, you're gonna have to take manual control in X number of miles. Now it hasn't done it on this trip at all, but there it just decided I needed to. That road data wasn't available. but the lines are still visible. Nothing really weird was any different. In other times where it maybe got a little confused, it was just like, hey, take over, not freak the F out. Oh, move to a faster lane, yes.
Left lane change starting.
I am a... Whoa! Penske truck rental. Return to previous lane. Yes, please.
Right lane change starting.
I'm gonna turn off the one microphone because I'm gonna eat a candy bar quick. So, yeah.
Advanced drive ended.
It's right there. It just started So right there, back there, it just started to like lane change into the guardrail, and then it freaked out and disabled the whole system. I don't know what exactly happened there. I'm gonna manually go through this work zone with it while I finish this protein bar, and then I'll rejoin you.
Advanced drive activated.
All right, we are back in business, I think. Again, I'm not really sure what the heck happened back there. Also, the main microphone can still hear me, so you may have still heard me chew that candy bar. Just I also have a lavalier style mic, a DJI mic, attached to the seatbelt, so you can hear me more clearly when I'm really kind of needing to chit chat. Now, it wants me to move to a faster lane, but there's just too much traffic doing traffic things, so actually it stopped prompting me for that. Oh, now it's prompting me again, but because this other car is cutting up through here, it's actually like, no, you should not want to do that. Now, hopefully it'll ask me again, yes, which I will now indicate.
Left lane change starting.
We're up to 28 miles to the gallon now, so there we go again.
Advanced drive ended.
There we go. For no reason again, it just decided to head towards the center lane and then shut down.
Advanced drive activated.
No idea why it does that. Why it's doing that. None. If it's like losing a GPS signal, if it's just... Because the road is digitally mapped, and it's not going to not be digitally mapped like in one really tiny spot. So something is confusing it. And then it freaks out. Maybe he just doesn't like Ohio. Ha ha. Ah. Ah. Now, what I sort of liked doing this drive with Super Cruise was, like, I'd be at, like, this position in front of the car in front of me, which you can barely see on the camera, and I would ask for the lane change. I would prompt for one, and it would just do it. So you could, like, really kind of carve traffic without your hands on the steering wheel, like, you know, have good lane discipline and everything else. This seems to be a little bit slower to respond to me wanting to do a lane change, like me prompting the system. So it doesn't really encourage me to want to plan super far ahead, kind of a thing. Works. Just seems to be a bit more cautious. Now it says, yes, I want to turn into a lane.
Left lane change starting.
And it slowed me down and put me behind this truck. That was clever. So I said, yes, I wanted to do it. And it knew I couldn't do it, so it slowed me down to get me behind the truck. And then brought me over. That was clever. Yeah. Excuse me, sorry.
Right lane change starting.
I did. It says check a blind spot or side mirror. I am. I'm looking at it right now. Wow. And now it's just in this loop of like, check blind spot. Oh, whoa. That was weird. Just felt like this is in this loop of like, check, check. I did check. And then it just reset and said, oh, take your hands off the wheel. You're fine. Weird. Weird.
Right lane change starting.
$196 miles. Still to go. See, there again, it didn't know what to do.
Advanced drive ended.
It just didn't want to make that curve. Now, it's made stronger curves before. Had no problems going around some sharper curves earlier. But again, that one, nope. It's like, no thanks.
Advanced drive activated.
Oh, and then it just failed immediately.
Advanced drive ended.
I turned it on. It went right to the center of the road and then turned off.
Advanced drive activated.
Ah, this service plaza has a 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heavens. There.
Advanced drive ended.
Failed again.
Advanced drive activated.
Road data unavailable. Radar ready.
Advanced drive activated.
Oh, that's the last service plaza in Ohio. Woo! Oh, look at those EV charging stations that are not on the sign. The EV6 was charging. Over here, it looks like some Tesla superchargers. Supercharge! I would like some massaging seat functionality, please. As I check my left lane.
Change starting. Right lane change starting.
I'm actually kind of surprised with how much action the system is both working and not working. Kind of expected to be pretty bored at this point. I mean, not that I'm not bored, but you know, we've had things to talk about, and every time I try to talk about something else, boom, system doesn't work, or sometimes does work. Volvo XC60 TX T6 all-wheel drive. Woo! I like the XC60. The PM powertrain's pretty solid, and it's good infotainment too. So right now, Craig's getting ready to go to Korea with the Genesis. Haven't seen him on the most recent videos lately because we're kind of splitting up some work. He is working on a couple of sponsored gigs, the next installment of our career series with Magna, and then we are going to be rocking out some EV basics. And he's done some other things too. There's a Volvo, not a Volvo, I'm sorry. He had an e-Sprinter for a couple of days. We have a video around that coming soon. And then he also did a charging curve analysis, easy EV Pulse charging challenge around the finally updated software in the Toyota BZ4X. So that was the car that we waited 3.5 hours for at a DC fast charger, and it still wasn't done. Allegedly, according to Craig, it's better. So we'll have a video on that coming soon. And basically, as we kind of go through this whole late June, early July kind of thing, he'll be focusing a lot on that, and I'll be doing some other things. Because we're both kind of in a steady stream of cars, so splitting up the workload. But he's going to Korea this week with Genesis. He'll be at the Busan Motor Show, where I'm hoping we get to see some cool stuff. He's doing a whole kind of... He's been to Korea before, but he's kind of doing this whole, like, almost kind of a touristy thing. Like, hey, here's Genesis. Here's what inspires Genesis to do what they do and why they're popular back home and things like that. So he'll have kind of a travelogue style video for that coming. And then hopefully we'll be able to get to see some early cars at the Busan show that we won't really see until LA here. So don't want to make any promises, but I'm hoping for a walk-around video of the EV3, the Kia EV3. And who knows? Maybe some other things. So that's where he's been. He's not fired. He's not dead. He's just working on some other things.
Left lane change starting.
And I know he's not. I know I'm not as popular as he is, and yeah, I know that you guys are here mostly to see him, but you know, there's some things that we are splitting the work on, and stuff that needs to get done. So, interestingly, when I put the accelerator pedal down because I wanted to speed up a little bit, get closer to this truck, it disabled the self-drive, and I had to take over. But then it re-enabled as soon as I let off the accelerator. That's because I was paying attention and I saw the truck in front of me wanted over because there was another lane, you know. And a lot of these scenarios are scenarios that...
Right lane change starting.
That are really hard to see even with a bunch of sensors. Which is why I think a level 4 is, well, a very long way away, if not impossibly far away. At least not within a certain geofenced area. Passing 90 miles, we're at 28.2 mpg, so it's getting a little bit better. I'll take it. ...203 miles to our destination. That's a long way. Sometimes it's right on it. Like, hey, you want to change out? Now here it's not. It's like, yeah, it's cool. Just hang out in this lane. You're fine. Am I, though? Am I actually fine following this Mitsubishi? No, I don't think I am. So I'm going to hopefully ask for my own lane
Left
change.
Lane change starting.
Of course, the Mitsubishi goes at the same time. Now, in Highway Drive Assist 2.0 on Hyundai Motor Group products, all you have to do is tap the indicator and it'll start the process. Here, like, you really kind of got to hold on to it before it's like, oh, hey, maybe he actually does mean he wants a lane change. So you can't just tap and let go and do the 3 blink. You have to tap and kind of hold it. No easy pass. Exit right in 4 miles. No easy pass. Exit right in 4 miles. But I have an easy pass. Mitsubishi Outlander.
Right lane change starting.
The best Nissan Rogue you can buy. Actually, if it has the PHEV, it is the best Nissan Rogue you can buy. Doop, doop, doop. I keep wondering about this lavalier mic. I keep checking it, sometimes turning it off and back on. Like, I know it's working, but it's really doesn't. It only ever pops up something that says, oh, you've disconnected it, not that, oh, you've reconnected it. Now it'll show up on the screen for the DJI, but I can't see that because it's back over my shoulder, where you guys are.
In 2 miles, keep left onto I-80 West.
Another open-air tolling plaza. But this is the end of the line. This is Westgate. So now it says in 2.2 miles, I will need to take manual control. And then it says after that, that the assisted drive will again be available. Interesting.
Advanced drive ended. Keep left onto I-80 West.
There'll be people on the road, so I'm not going to use the system through there. But I will slow down.
Advanced drive activated.
And re-enable it.
Keep left. Proceed about 140 miles on I-80 West.
In 0.7 of a mile, it says I'm gonna have to take over.
Advanced drive ending ahead.
See, now it's warning you, like, hey, you are going to have to take control very soon. So it actually slowed me down.
Ended.
So it actually slowed me down. No toll, keep moving. Because that used to be the Westgate Plaza, but now it's the open air plaza before it. Miss the toll? No, I never miss the toll.
Advanced drive activated.
Now, advanced drive is activated, but my hands still have to be on the wheel because it has not turned to blue. There, it's blue. I do like how a lot of systems have now sort of decided on blue as being the color. Hands off, blue. The Nissan does it that way. The Ford does it that way with Blue Cruise. Blue. And then this Lexus does it this way as well. Super Cruise, the rim has to be green. And that's intuitive, it is. But if everybody else is setting the lane on blue, it's a little, it's just different. But owners aren't swapping cars the way that we do. So there's that. Now we're back home in Indiana.
Welcome to Indiana.
There briefly it said automatic lane change is unavailable due to sensor obstruction, so it must have been one of the starboard or port sensors and not the forward one. Let's see if we can handle this curve without freaking the out.
Advanced drive ending ahead. Advanced drive ended.
I was ahead of time, but system got a little bit confused. I was about ready to turn it off anyways, just because pretty sure I'm better off handling this plaza myself. The 10-speed auto does make more sense in here than I do think that it makes sense in the LC, at least in the hybrid powertrain, because it's nice and smooth and doesn't seem to get too flummoxed with what gear it needs to be in.
Advanced drive activated.
$126 miles to the next toll booth, which is the whole state of Indiana. No, I actually don't want to change lanes here because I'm coming up on some larger traffic. Lots of cannabis billboards because we're close to the Michigan state line and can't see Indiana ever making cannabis legal, so gotta get people to go across the border. Though bringing it back across the border, not sure how that works. War, divorce, wealth, what does Jesus say? 834 truth. I have a lot of things I could say about that billboard, but I won't. Because this is a car channel and not a politics channel. Or a religious channel. Or, you know, it's a car channel. We talk about cars. When we talk about how the Indiana toll road has the white lines in the middle, they're much longer than the ones that are used in Ohio. Don't know why. It's probably something I could Google if I wasn't driving. Unless you Google that, let me know in the comments. So I just went and replayed the video footage, and it turns out it stayed right side up, even though it showed upside down on my camera. Like some weird yellow warning popped up that I couldn't tell what it was, and then it just flipped back over. But when I replayed the video, at least on the camera, it was right side up. So if this happens again, I mean, I'm still going to stop and try to do it, to fix it, but it may actually be okay for you guys. Turns out. So one thing I did notice, though, is even though the camera is plugged in, it is draining the battery at a slow rate. So we're going to proceed to the next rest area so that I can use the restroom, and I'll let the camera charge a little bit while we're there and do a little walk around of the car. So let's get started. There's that Grand Cherokee almost hits me. Because reasons.
Next left, and then turn right. Turn right. Turn left at the end of the road, and then turn right at the end of the road onto North Old 27. Turn left. Turn right at the end of the road onto North Old 27. Turn right.
Now, one thing this is doing is, looks like it's recording like 33 minutes at a time, and then I'll have to stitch them together, which is fine, not a problem. GoPros do that as well after a certain file size. Just, I may be in mid-sentence, so it might cut a little bit, and you'll be like, what is that? And that is just because I had to stitch it together.
Turn left ahead onto Indiana 120, and then take the ramp on the left onto I-80 West.
I mean, who am I kidding? Nobody's still watching at this point. If you are, you have officially fallen asleep. So if you are awake and you're paying attention to right now, write your favorite...
Take the ramp on the left onto I-80 West, and then keep right onto I-80 West.
Put your favorite flavor of Skittles
Take the ramp.
in the comments below. So right now, if you're still paying attention, you're still watching, favorite Skittles flavor.
Keep right onto I-80 West, and then keep left onto I-80 West.
Before I spoil Skittles for you, because they all taste the same. They use different fragrances, which is what gives you the taste. You can look that up, Google that. So they actually all taste the same, just the smell. Because a lot of humans' taste comes through smell.
Keep right. Keep left onto I-80 West.
Hop in behind this FedEx freight.
Keep left. Proceed about 123 miles on I-80 West.
Vehicle position initializing. Advanced. See, it's like if I cruise on it to turn it off, and then it was like, oh, advanced drive ready, even though it said it was
Advanced
initializing
drive
before.
Activated. Right lane change starting.
Alright, well, we're back at it. Riding along in my automobile. JellystonesBest.com. Woo! Stay in a cabin, RV, or tent. I'd like to do the cabin, please. I don't think I've ever stayed at a Jellystone. Have you stayed at a Jellystone? Whoa, what's going on? There's some sort of flag or something in the back of this school bus that they're holding up, but I can't tell what it is.
Left lane change starting.
It's a church bus, not a school bus. Because, of course. Indiana State Police, the 5-0. We'll try to see when we overtake. It's just kind of hanging there. It's like cardinals and snowflakes, I guess.
Right lane change starting.
That truck just lost the trailer tire. So that was really weird that the camera flipped over the display on the monitor that I have running, but didn't actually flip it over in the camera. Seems like a weird thing. Good way to confuse the operator, I feel like. But so far, the thing's trucking along, so like I said, it's lost a little bit of power, so when I do stop at this rest area up here, I'm going to sit for a little while to allow it to charge. I thought that there would be enough juice coming out of the outlet in this car to keep things all hunky-dory. When I did a test yesterday to see if it would do that, it did. So that must have had more power at the outlet that I had at home than what's coming out of here. I guess I also wasn't using the Wi-Fi for the monitor either, so there's a possibility that that is also draining it quicker, streaming the data to the phone. Again, not sure if anybody's gonna be watching at this point to even know that that happened, but onward and upward, 128 miles, 28 miles to the gallon. 168 miles to go. 11:25 a.m. arrival time. Don't know if that's going to be Eastern time or Central, though. Either way, I'm early. But I planned for that, because I knew I was going to do this. Entering LaGrange County. I mean, hands-off driving assistance systems are pretty cool, honestly. You know, it is kind of wild just to be able to put your hands in your lap and kind of just have it let it do its thing. And in that regard, nearly all the systems are very similar. Blue Cruise, Super Cruise, whatever, they're all... Some will handle curves better. This one seems to be kind of hit or miss. Some curves it's perfectly fine with, others it's not. But it's when it comes to like lane changing and dealing with traffic that this seems a little bit slower to figure things out. It's being a little more cautious. I don't want to say that it's bad being cautious. You know, it's just it's sometimes so slow to operate that it is better just do it yourself. Is to pay attention and do it yourself. If I would have brought the big battery handle, I probably wouldn't even have had to recharge at all. Yes, it still would have drained through it, but probably would have survived the whole trip. But I didn't want to do that because the batteries are what gets warm in these things, and I didn't want it to shut down due to overheating. Because according to DJI's website, you should only get 122 minutes of recording time off of the regular battery. It doubles as 244, but people don't talk about, when they talk about like plugging it in, like some say it doesn't charge at all, or some say that whatever, there could be heat issues, whatever, like, so I didn't want to run into any heat issues, which is what GoPros have when you use them for, well, not even for extended periods of time, to be honest. It doesn't nag too much though, like when I grab a drink of my soda or whatever. Like I've seen sometimes certain systems will, as soon as you put something kind of up by your face, oh no, you're blocking. I don't think it knows that I have a pop. I just think that it's programmed in a way to not, certain things it doesn't warn right away on. So now this corner, instead of it just giving up the goose, it said, hey, take over, holding the steering wheel. But it didn't disable the system and throw the warning and everything else. So I think that's the hard part to predict. It's like, when is it going to want you to take over? When is it going to freak out and make you take over? When is it going to handle it itself? And neither systems really warn you super early. So, but in 2 miles, we're going to take a stop and consider it more of an official planned stop, where we'll stop recording again, make sure the camera is, still doing its thing, and maybe take a look at this Lexus a little bit.
Advanced drive ended. Proceed on I-80 West. Proceed on the current road.
So the LS is obviously a full-size sedan, but let's take a look at the teammate-specific functions. There is a sensor suite up here, which includes the LiDAR unit. There's a sensor in the badge. Up on the windshield, you'll notice there are actually 5 total cameras. 4 are built into the car and come from the factory. This one on the right is a dash cam, but these are for the vision-based part of the system. On teammate-equipped vehicles, there are also radar sensors on both sides of the vehicle, which I haven't seen before on anything else. And then making a way back to the rear, there's obviously the parking sensors all around, but then there is another radar suite down where you would find a fog light or a rain light on a race car, actually. Yeah, buddy. All right, let's get rolling again. Rolling. So we leave the Ernie Piles Service Plaza, named after the journalist Ernie Pyle, I believe, if that's not mistaken. I don't know. Look it up. Google it yourself. The trip computer hasn't been reset, but the MPG restarts every restart, so we're going to get a new miles per gallon rating based almost entirely on highway stuff now. So yeah, rock on as we continue onward to destiny.
proceed about 105 miles on I-80 West.
And because we came out at the worst time out of that service plaza, there is nothing but traffic. Hooah! Yeah, available. Ka-chow.
Advanced drive activated.
Pay attention to your surroundings. I will. So I did determine that the arrival time in the navigation is based on the correct time zone. Some will do that, some won't. They'll be like, oh, hey, here's your ETA, but it's in your time zone, even though it's in a different time zone. So I like knowing the arrival time, like, of when I actually am going to get there in local time. Not a huge problem, but something I definitely noticed with factory and app-based navigation systems. Even amongst the same things, like I'm pretty sure that like
Right lane change starting.
I'm pretty sure that like Waze doesn't show it in local time, but Google Maps here, at least in the car, is showing it there. So, woo, yay! Howe and LaGrange. We're not even really halfway there yet. That's kind of a bummer in some ways. Since we reset trip A, we've gone now 140 miles. And I would like to not be in this lane anymore.
Left lane change starting.
Argon refrigerated liquid. So like the Argonne National Laboratory, no, different type of argon. Sturgis. Not that Sturgis though, but Sturgis. What facts about Indiana do I know? They're Hoosiers? Whatever a Hoosier is. A tire, I believe. Yeah. Also, home of Tire Rack in South Bend, along with, you know, Notre Dame. But Tire Rack, woo! So what about the car? Well, it's comfortable, I guess. Still haven't quite figured out like what I want to do seat position wise, but visibility is pretty good. It's a big old sedan, lots of big old windows. I like the digital rearview mirror a lot because I can not see the headrests in the back, which is nice. Because when the headrests are up on the rear seats, it kind of blocks visibility some. Don't have to worry about that with the camera. Also, you can see what's behind me. Maybe you've been paying attention to that. Have you been paying attention to that? Leave a comment. That's if you're still here. If you're still here, leave a comment. say, hey, I'm at hour whatever and I'm still here. Acceleration is decent. Fuel economy, I think, could be a little bit better, if I'm honest. But it is all-wheel drive, which would be nice in inclement weather. And, you know, it definitely doesn't have any features like... Only 8 features are missing here. I don't know what I would want that this car doesn't have. Other than I'd love to see more automakers adopt the rear blind spot cameras in the instrument cluster, the way Hyundai and Kia and Genesis do these days. I think that's just kind of almost a game changer. I'd like to see everybody do that. I don't believe Toyota has it in anything at this point, because they really want you to, you know, check your real mirrors, but it'd be nice to have. It's also interesting, a lot of these Lexus loans I've had recently have had the integrated dash cam included. It's like a $500 option. I think it's port installed. But it's always on. So it's like, do I want other journalists to drive this car to, like, I don't know where I live? Because it gives you, like, GPS coordinates and stuff. I don't know. There was one car I logged in and deleted the memory card with before I returned it. I don't know if I care that much, but it is monitoring. It can record voice, but it doesn't by default because that's illegal to record voice by default. So, yeah. But it's there. It's cool. I like the integrated solution. The big downside to it is that there's no rear camera view with it. Otherwise, I'd probably be using that to record this. But also, the app that comes with it's a little sluggish. But you have to use a Lexus app or on your computer or on your phone to download and play back, whatever. Comes with a 16 gigabyte industrial strength, whatever that means, SD card. I guess it's supposed to handle read and write cycles more than what a regular cheapo Amazon Basics card will do. Which is cool. It's there, it's nice. It's this action button, you press and hold it, and it will record one continuous file. So if you're like, hey, watch this, you can record that. Also, if a glass sensor goes off, it will record. So it'll attempt to record, you know, maybe pick up who's breaking into your car or who hits your car. Not quite like Tesla's HAL 9000, you know, Sentry mode, but it's useful that it's there. It allows that. It'll do that. Really, Sentry mode, though, is the king. It's just that it's also a king in battery draining. So there's that. Look way too long, it gets mad. It's weird because I've been in some systems with Lexus that have like highway drive assist, and I think that actually picks up your eyes wandering a little sooner than what this does. This seems to give you sort of like a healthy amount of like, oh, hey, I'm looking at a road sign, or hey, look at that building as you go by, without it being dangerous. So I think I like this driver monitoring system better than I do, again, like in Lexus and Toyota products with traffic jam assist. So whatever the sensitivity is, it feels kind of more right for what I'd like to see. And again, it is really helpful that there are sensors in the steering wheel that can pick up my touch. So I'm warming up to that aspect of it. Again, in the settings for the system, there's an option for auto cleaning the sensors. I don't know where all the washers are. I'm assuming maybe it's just the windshield one. Be fun to run through a mud puddle though, just to see if it does anything, but there's no mud. Nor am I going to take a $117,000 car through a mud puddle. On purpose, anyway. Denali. Denali is pretty much the reason why GMC still exists. It's like 80% of GMC sold are Denali's. Like, it's a ridiculously high number. They consider themselves a luxury brand. I don't know if I quite go that far, but introducing Denali was definitely a way to really get people to spend more for their vehicles. That's for sure. You know, and think about it, like, people don't say they drive a Yukon, they drive a Denali. So, real smart marketing there from GM. Especially because the trucks are built in the same plant as the Silverado. I have an uncle who's, you know, thinks the GMCs are just absolutely better quality. And it's like, interiors are different. Tech works slightly different, but at the end of the day, they're built in the same plant. Same part numbers for a lot of things. Excuse me. Exit 107, Shipshewana. Rest area trucks only. Because it's not a fancy plaza. Don't know why it's got to be trucks only, though. But in 18 miles, there is a real service plaza, which I don't plan on stopping at. Super Outback. Loaded down CRV. It's reasonably quiet in this car. I think the microphone's probably picking up a decent amount of like road noise and grumble and stuff like that, which, I mean, there is some. I wouldn't say it's any more than you'd get out of any other car. And there's a decent amount of sidewall here. Engine's not too terribly loud. I mean, you don't really hear it over the wind noise. Lots of RVs over there. We will at some point pass the RV and Motorhome Hall of Fame. 120 grand seems like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. It's nice. It's put together well. Yeah, powertrain's good. I think there's a lot of good luxury features in here. The car feels substantial. It feels beefy. And I really like the speed that we're kind of going at. Maybe not for the most efficient speed, but just... It seems like we go a little bit faster than this. It's like, yeah, it's not quite as comfy. But like we're at like the right sweet spot of just eating the miles. Which is good. The rear seats are comfy, but like, I guess me as a single income, no kids, like I don't need a back seat. So I definitely don't need a back seat like this, which is basically business class on, you know, Emirates. But I do like sedans over crossovers, so I will give this some advantage here over the much larger and bigger LX, which doesn't have a ton of space in it. Neither does the GX, the new GX. The platform just... If you want a really big SUV, like, get a diesel Suburban, call it a day. Actually, it's a really good powertrain. Or a diesel Denali, or a diesel Escalade. If you really want a big old SUV. Better fuel economy, too. And Super Cruise, which is also nice. Bristol, Goshen. So like Ghosn? Carlos Ghosn? No, spelled different. Haven't heard from him for a hot minute. Last I heard, he was losing his house in Lebanon because it was technically given to him by Nissan, and while the Lebanese government are letting him stay in the country and not extradite him, like, he can't live in stuff that isn't his, so... But usually around LA Auto Show time every year, there's usually a new Carlos Ghosn story. Like, he doesn't like to go away. What a mess that was. What still is. I took the wheel here because it really felt like it was about to just go into that ProMaster. Kind of had a weird hop going on with it with the road pavement, so... It didn't tell me to do anything, but discretion is the better part of valor. It doesn't make sense for that purpose, but whatever. You know what I mean. Another 8-3 for Truth billboard. There is evidence for God. Back home in Indiana. Caution required. Hold steering wheel. Okay. Shouldn't caution always be required? Elkhart, Indiana exit 92 spends a lot of money on billboards. Like, oh, within 90 seconds of the toll road, you can be asleep in a hotel room. Which is nice. I mean, that's worth advertising. There's a lot of billboards, though. From pretty far away, like, once you get in the state, it's like, oh, go to Elkhart, go to Elkhart. It's like being 400 miles away from Buc-ee's and seeing billboards for it. Oh, Buc-ee's. Again, caution required. Hold the steering wheel. It didn't just fail like it did earlier in similar curves. it is easy for these sensors to potentially get confused. You know, visual light obviously is visual light. Resolution can help on cameras, but at the end of the day, like, what a camera can see. If there's glare, a camera can't see it. Turns out, if you drive a Tesla, you know what I'm talking about. You know, radar is different, but that can be definitely tricked by different types of material. And LiDAR can't go through glass. So, we're getting there. I've seen some very interesting sort of, you know, sensor fusion, full system on a chip type of stuff. I mean, FLIR added infrared. We did a demo on that, which you should just do a search for, because I definitely won't remember to put a link in the description box for that. And then this past year at CES, Qualcomm, I was a guest at Qualcomm, and they have this whole sensors all on one chip, one processor handling it all, which according to Lexus Toyota's website on Teammate, there's something like 4 or 5 ECUs that are handling all of Teammate operations. This would be all on one chip, which is probably preferable. Pretty cool. Brand new big old building on the right. It's got a blue trim on the top, which means it's a very large Amazon distribution center. Holy moly, multiple floors. I don't think I've ever seen one that big. That's what she said. RV Motorhome Hall of Fame here on the left. We're back up to almost 28 miles to the gallon. That seems to be sort of, I guess, the highway fuel economy with the air conditioner and stuff on, so it's not terrible. Again, considering how big and heavy this car probably is, but... and all-wheel drive. Work, home, or vacation. Thank you for choosing the Indiana State Turnpike Toll Road. Woo! What if you work from home and also take a staycation? Ugh, that doesn't sound fun. Should be planning on how I am thinking about covering the event coming up this weekend. I'm going with Nissan to the Formula E race in Portland. Guess Formula E tech, or at least what they're learning from Formula E, will be in the next GTR. Current GTR has been sunset, but Nissan has said pretty much publicly now that new GTR will come. GTR is not dead. It's just taking a break. Which part of their 2030 program means that when the car comes back, it's pretty much going to have to be electric. So, unless they change their mind, which everybody seems to be doing these days. But there were concepts shown in Tokyo last fall, so I'm sure they're thinking about it. Though, it seems like some of their EV plans have been delayed, especially converting production in Canton, Mississippi over to whatever it is they're going to build there. EV-wise. They've announced, I think, 2 cars. Or they'll do 2 cars. I don't know if they said specifically what they are. Maybe they have, but it seems like that process is being delayed a little bit because I think politically automakers are slowing down a little bit. Interesting topic, I guess, because EV registrations are continuing to grow. Hyundai Motor Group's EV registrations are continuing to grow quite rapidly, though their lease deals are pretty incredible, so you'd almost be silly to not get one if you were in the market. Tesla's pricing is still reasonably competitive. Their leasing's still pretty reasonably competitive. Tesla's just becoming problematic these days. Cybertruck issues, there are some. The Tesla, the Highland stuff is coming out, seems to be good, but the Model Y refresh, that equivalent of that refresh, not really sure when we're going to see that. There was going to be a $25,000 car, then there wasn't, then there was, then there wasn't. Whereas Roadster 2.0, like, there's a lot of product that just, who knows? Is it going to happen? I don't know. And it seems like the chief executive is more concerned, well, one, with his pay, his rather large amount of pay, and running Twitter. So, I'm sorry, X, but it's Twitter. But everybody else seems to be growing, so Tesla's share is diminishing, for sure, and that's expected sort of as other manufacturers come online. And then, as far as we know, NACS J3400 adoption is still coming. And, Ford already has the adapter out there. Rivian already has their stuff out there. Just a matter of time. And then I don't know, Because we produce content, not really content creators, but since we make content around the stuff that we need to cover, it would make sense for us to have a Tesla in our fleet, but I don't know if I'd buy one just myself. And I think a lot of people are having that kind of discussion right now. Not just price and where they'll charge and stuff like that, but just publicly how their chief executive is churning a few people off that thought that maybe at one point, he was more left-leaning environmentalist. Now he seems to be a little bit more right-leaning anti-Semite? I don't know. Again, it's a car channel, not politics, but it is clear that people are considering Elon's politics when purchasing a new Tesla. And then pricing is just all over the place, too. I'd hate to buy a car one day and then the next day have it be 20 grand cheaper. That'd be annoying. This should be a plug-in hybrid. It's big and heavy, so it's already, adding a bigger battery wouldn't add too much to the weight. They still, I believe, have a PHEV system that would work with the 10-speed auto. So probably have to have a CVT. But then I don't know if they could use this engine with that CVT. That's probably the reason why one doesn't exist. But if you don't want this, you want no tailpipe emissions, you can get the Mirai if you live in Southern California. I did drive a new Mirai recently, which is built on the LS platform. It's built on this car's platform. And it's not as nice inside as this, but drives nearly as well. And no tailpipe emissions. And you can get it for silly cheap, too, because there's all of these incentives for you to buy it. They give you free hydrogen when you get it. It's almost a no-brainer, other than you can't, road trip it anywhere outside of Southern California, because it needs hydrogen. But it does have teammate, so you win some and you lose some. But that new Mirai that I drove does have the new updated infotainment. It's no longer the last gen stuff that Toyota was using. I was really surprised to see them update it and see them update it with teammate, because the volume is just so low. They're losing money on every one they sell. But they're learning a lot. If you look at the attention track, attention check. Was making sure I was still paying attention. If you look through our video history, there's the thing where I just did where Toyota launched their Tri-Gen facility about a month or so ago at the Port of Long Beach. That facility churns biofuel, biogas, taken from a landfill, and converts that into hydrogen, electricity, and water. So the hydrogen is used to operate hydrogen trucks at the Port of Long Beach. The water goes to wash all of Toyota's cars. Some 200,000 that come through the Port of Long Beach every year are now washed entirely by water from making hydrogen. Kind of cool. Doesn't mean you should go out and buy a Mirai, but if you do live in Southern California and you seldom leave Southern California, I don't know, get a Mirai. Or the new Honda FC EV, the plug-in hybrid CRV that's hydrogen. We got a first drive on that too if you look through the videos. That's pretty clever. It's a plug-in hybrid, but instead of a gas-powered motor, it's a hydrogen-powered fuel cell. So you get like 27 miles of all-electric range, which is nice if the hydrogen fueling station is down. But then it'll also run off hydrogen. So that's kind of clever. Kind of a jack of all trades, assuming hydrogen infrastructure was better than what it is right now, which it isn't. I don't know. I think it makes sense in Class 8, big tractors, heavier things, stuff that you can't sacrifice weight for cargo capacity. Sedans, no. Doesn't make sense there. I think full BEVs are the answer there. But the only way the Class 8 tractors are going to be able to really do it is it's going to be a hub and spoke model where they get hydrogen and return to the depot every day, or we get better infrastructure. And there's a lot of money being spent on infrastructure right now. Not quite the rollout of electricity infrastructure, but there's money being spent. It's just if politically one person becomes president in November, or well, in January, but wins in November, a lot of that money could stop almost immediately. And who knows what'll happen then. I do know this Palisade should not be in this lane because I would like to go quicker than the ants. Oh, we're up to 29 miles per gallon. Probably because we're going a little bit slower, but I'll take it. It's now 80 degrees outside. It's been really hot this past week, so kind of nice to not have that. If you watch the little clock, maybe when we hit the time zone change, you'll see it roll backwards. Don't know if you can see that quite on the camera view or not. So we approach Mishawaka. I like the Palisade. I like the EV9, which is an electric Palisade. Technically electric Telluride, but There will be an Ioniq 9 now, not 7, 9. Coming, who knows, maybe this year? Which will be the Hyundai equivalent of that. Looking forward to it. And presumably the Genesis Neoloon concept will, you know, make its way as a Genesis GV90. Watch GV90.
Right lane change starting.
We're about to be overtaken by a car that's not selling particularly well right now. And that, my friends, is the GR86. Though that has temp tags, so that's new. Good car. Not really a fan of that particular color, but good car. Lowered. Some staggered wheels. Don't really care for that all that much, but
Left lane change starting.
South Bend, Notre Dame. Problem is that has what appears to be an aftermarket exhaust on it and doesn't sound that good. Do boxers sound good? I don't know. They can in certain cars, I suppose. Seeing all these RVs reminds me of wish I could remember the guy's name on TikTok. It's like Lakeside RV or Lakeshore RV. Where the guy goes tours and he's like, "Wowie zowie." It's a good channel. He does this thing with the. It's worth watching. Trust me.
Right lane change starting.
I am looking forward to the return home, though, when I'm not recording. Because I can listen to music. Not have to worry about copyright strikes. Woo! And if that's not worth getting excited for, I don't know what is. Right lane closed, half mile. Maximum speed. Woo.
In 1 mile, use left 2 lanes to stay on I-80 West. Left lane change starting.
The Indiana Dinosaur Museum. Ooh, I want to go. So it does show the cones. They're not moving on the central display, but they're there. It's like cones. I kind of wish they would move, because like the little dots things are moving. Super Cruise, they move. I compare this a lot to Super Cruise. I think Super Cruise really is best in breed. I think this could use a little tweaking, a little refinement, some over-the-air updates, if you will. But it also needs to be on more than one darn car. I mean, it's probably on this car because all of the sensors that it uses aren't cheap. Oh, GR86 having an issue. Don't know what that issue is. Oh, he scraped something. Or hit a cone. I don't know, there was nothing on the road that he would have scraped, so not sure what happened there, but he got out to look. MKF lights, gray bar. Oh, there it is. Off the port side. Tire rack. I think you just walk in the front door and buy tires. Probably. They ship FedEx though, and FedEx really knows how to screw up tire deliveries. Just throwing that out there. This work zone has this almost up to 30 miles to the gallon. Now, even though it has me have my hand on the steering wheel, it is still doing the lane centering and all of that. So it is still functioning the way that you would expect. It just wants you to have a hand on the steering wheel. And as soon as I lift my hand off of it, it's like, no, put it back on. Like, it's pretty quick to pop up something on the dialog box to say, hey, get your hands on here. Work zone, work zone. Not really sure what they're working on, just been cones. Cone, 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 cone. Oh, there's some construction. What you guys doing? Putting a post in the ground. Okay. Once the cone's cleared, it let me take back over. The system took back over. We're onward and upward. No, I don't want to move to the slower lane right now because we're going to press these things. Speaking of Tesla, that was a truck full of Highlands. Alright, so what is it? 4.5, 5 hours to Chicago from my house. It's an hour and a half to the airport. You want to get there at least an hour before your flight takes off. So let's assume you get there an hour and a half to the airport, hour waiting for your flight. That's 2.5 hours. An hour in the air is 3.5 hours. And then assuming that you're going to like get a car or whatever, that's another 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, so that's 3.5, 4, and driving to your destination's at least another half an hour or so. It's 4.5, so it's about the same. It's cheaper to drive, sort of. I mean, I'm gonna pay like $20-some in tolls. Or more. Probably 40 round trip, but 20 get in there. Fuel, I'm probably going to use half a tank. This car does require premium fuel. Woo. Airplane ticket's probably going to be about $100, $150. Should have to pay to park. Person behind me didn't let that truck over. That's why I accelerated. And you're still going to have to pay for the gas to get to the airport. So probably a little cheaper to drive. Probably about the same amount of time. So what would you do? If you're still paying attention at this point, let me know in the comments. Drive or fly?
Right lane change starting.
Entering Central Time Zone. When will the car switch? Some do it right on the line. This one does not. Oh, there we go. Woo! That was fun. Just went wah. As it popped up on the display, time zone changed. Woo woo. We just passed 200 miles. 2/3 of the way there. Just about, looks like 95 miles, so 295. It was about 5 from where I started to where we stopped to film that opening stand-up for the video, so it's about right. No shenanigans going on here, other than that time that I had to stop to fix what I thought was a problem, but apparently wasn't a problem with the camera. Still weird. Comes that GR86 again, with maybe a damaged front clip. I don't like the stanced wheels. I don't. It's not my thing. Well, but he dipped in front of me because up here is the Indiana State Police. Not that he was speeding. None of us were speeding. Oh, it's a sheriff. I think I need to stretch again for a minute or two, so I'm gonna stop at this next service plaza, turn the camera off for a few minutes, pick up a little bit more juice. I'm kind of afraid that it isn't gonna make it all the way there. It might not, but I'm also thinking about letting it charge during lunch and then doing it on the drive home. No, I'm not doing that. There's no way that I'm gonna make like a 10-hour video for you guys. Not happening. At least on this particular adventure, this journey, you're probably not even watching now anyways, so But if you are, cool. It's a beautiful day. Could be doing worse. Maybe you're sleeping right now. Good, I hope you're enjoying your sleep if you're sleeping right now. I mean, we got to remember that Mr. Beast counted to 100,000 once on a live stream, and that was part of what made him successful. So, you know, filming a 5-hour drive, probably not the worst thing in the world. Or maybe it is.
Advanced drive ended.
This is the Wilbur Shaw Travel Plaza. Google
Keep
him.
left. Proceed on I-80 West.
Also, Tesla Superchargers here. Lots of Superchargers here in Indiana along the toll road. You're probably safe taking road trips on this road, especially through Indiana. Are those new minis up there on that truck? They sure are. Look at those cute little things. Alright. But back to it. I'm going to try to turn the phone off, so it will not be live monitoring my camera view. And I'm going to see if that helps with the battery life a little bit. Maybe it can pick up a little bit of charge while we drive.
Proceed about 35 miles on I-80 West.
Use only on limited access roadways. Advanced drive ready.
Advanced drive activated. Right lane change starting.
So the parking lot had some fresh tar on it, like it was freshly paved. I feel almost like a little bit of a vibration from one of the tires. I wonder if I picked up a little bit of a smudge that wasn't there before. Hopefully it wears through. It's not super annoying. It's a tiny bit annoying. Fresh pavement, hot temperatures. Sometimes that happens. Unmarked chargers. It still has the bull guard on the front. But, like, come on. I think being completely unmarked is entrapment. Personally. Oh, well, don't be speeding. Yeah, but make yourself visible. People will slow down if you're visibly doing traffic enforcement, people will slow down. If you're hiding, you're just trying to generate revenue.
Left lane change starting. Right lane change starting.
Laporte.
Left lane change starting.
So that time it was pretty quick to get out of that lane. Another police officer. Are you marked? Ish. More than that sheriff was. You still should have a light bar on top, though. But that's better than what I've seen earlier, so I'll take it. Gary, Indiana, 33 miles. That's not a particularly good suburb of Chicago. 'Tis not. I have a friend that's from there, though. He's a nice guy. So, it's not all bad. Not vaccinated, no kisses. Get the adult whooping cough vaccine, or don't kiss kids. On the cheek. Shouldn't really be mouth kissing your kids. I know some people do, and not for me. Thanks, but no thanks. Dump truck crash, WeWin.com. Yeah, we're getting close enough to Chicago now. We get to start seeing attorney billboards. I mean, that's kind of fun, right? Inedible, not for human consumption.
Right lane change starting.
I do like you have to actually check the mirrors though. Like if you just kept looking forward, it wouldn't do it. Like it's forcing you to do it. I think I like that. I do. I think I like it, you know, requiring you to make that check. But it's different. It's something I haven't experienced in other level 2 ADAS, at least in this country. If I were to do this again, I would definitely bring the extra battery handle. So I know for sure that I'd make it all the way through. I mean, I think I will. I don't think it's going to be a problem, but just having that extra peace of mind. Though the heat would probably be a little bit more. But not every car we drive has an AC plug in the back either. And this is a 100 watt. So, I don't know why it's not able to charge the camera. Technically it's 100 watt, but it's going into an Anchor USB power bank thing, and it's splitting some power between the camera and this DJI mic that I'm wearing. It's hard to keep track of the battery on it, so I'm keeping that plugged in the whole time. I suppose that's part of the power drain. Though, I did use the same thing yesterday during this test. Had the microphone on and had the DJI on and had it recording, and it didn't seem to be a problem. So I do wonder if it's just the live streaming to the camera that really was taking up all the juice. But I like to know everything's still working okay. It's kind of hard to tell when you can't see the screen, turns out.
Left lane change starting.
So that was putting power from maybe a larger power source. The car just might be tapped out. It's a possibility. Disabled vehicle 3 miles ahead, right shoulder. Aye, aye. Sometimes it's like, hey, do you want to get out of this lane? Well, not quite yet. But then when I want to get out of the lane, it's not doing it. So, it and I are not quite on the same wavelength.
Right lane change starting.
With that van, holy crap, that came out of nowhere.
Left lane change starting.
Michigan City, Westville. So the service plaza in 18 miles is past the toll booth, which is in 16 miles. So it's a much different vibe. It's still a nice rest area, but the amount of people that have come up and asked me for $40 at the rest area is larger than a non-zero number. Was there enough time to shoot my conclusions and closing stand-up? Well, we'll be done for the day. Then I'm gonna eat lunch. Quiet zone, no engine brakes, new law. That sign's been here as long as I've been taking this road to Chicago. Don't think it's a new law anymore. But once we pass through Portage, that's where it should start to get a little bit more interesting, because we're going to have to take exits and things like that. It's not going to be just a real long highway driving. Mostly interstates, so they should mostly be digitally mapped. I don't know. I don't know who Toyota's data supplier is. I know Super Cruise now, or will shortly, have something like 750,000 miles of mapped roads, which is a lot. That's double what they had earlier in the year. That's rolling out pretty quickly. I don't think Ford uses the same data supplier, but you know, it's there's basically companies going out here and just like digitally mapping precisely accurate roads. The same way Polyphony goes out and digitally maps racetracks for Gran Turismo. But since this isn't on a lot of cars, I don't know how much motivation Toyota has to expand its mapping. Though if it is just buying it from a supplier, it doesn't really matter, especially if they're supplying other companies. So the one thing I do wish, and none of these cars do, is I wish there was like a map you could look at and actually see up close. Oh, this is digitally mapped. Oh, this isn't. Oh, this is. Oh, you're about to enter, like, this will say you're about to enter a digitally mapped zone or whatever, but it doesn't, like, I kind of want to be able to just see it and zoom in and know. And no system really seems to do that.
Right lane change starting.
Try to get these bugs off the windshield. Oh, that didn't work. Charleston and Valparaiso. I know a few people who grew up in this area, actually. Turns out. Indians National Park. Neanderthals National Park. Right on Lake Michigan. We are close to the water. We are indeed. Yes, indeedy. Gardner, Gualan, Chesterton, Valpo. Reduce speed 4 miles ahead. Congested area. Ah. Roadwork, 5.1 miles ahead, right lane closed. Thanks, sign. Another police officer. Much more unmarked. mean, they're parked in the middle, so you can see them there at least, because it's daytime.
Left lane change starting.
Surprised it doesn't tell me when the lane change is complete. Oh, it talks a lot. I talk a lot. At least when I'm trying to be somewhat mildly, I don't know, entertaining is the word, while doing this drive. Congestion on route, take faster route? I don't know. I kind of want to see how it works in congestion. Car. Alright. Comes the toll plaza.
Braking ahead.
Traffic jam in all lanes. It also says in 2.3 miles, I will need to take a manual control.
Right lane change starting. Left lane change starting.
.5 miles until I gotta take over for sure. I do like when it does, like, hey, put your hands on the wheel, it does give you a reason. Sometimes the reason doesn't make sense, but at least it'll give you a reason. So you can kind of have
Advanced drive ending ahead.
So at least you have an idea of kind of what's going on, which I think is great. I think it's clever in that regard. I think more information about why the system does what it does is extremely helpful.
Advanced drive ended.
I once went through this plaza and got dinged with a $40 toll because my Easy Pass was registered with the semi in front of me. That wasn't fun. It took them forever to issue a refund, and they didn't actually issue a refund onto my card, which, you know, they dinged the money from, but instead gave like, oh, here's your credit on your account. You'll use it, right? I don't know if I'll use it or not. I mean, I did, but still. Like, they took the money out of my account. Least they could do is give me the money back. But, nope. Let's dip in behind this Prius. It's a Prius. I think whatever little debris I had on the tire is gone. I don't feel it doing its vibrating anymore. Yay! $237 miles. 60 to go. 59, technically. All right, we're clear of the plaza, we're clear of the construction.
In 2 miles, use left 2 lanes to keep left onto I-90 West.
Congestion on route, still on the quickest route, says the navigation system. John T. McCutcheon. Surely another famous Indianian. Another famous Hoja.
Keep left onto I-90 West. Keep left. Proceed about 20 miles on I-90 West. Advanced drive ended. Advanced drive activated.
So I just have my phone pull up the screen, and it showed it as being upside down, but then I looked at the screen on the device quick, and it's right side up. So maybe a bug in the software. "17 miles to the toll booth."
In 1 mile, use left 3 lanes to stay on I-90 West. Right lane change starting.
Old steering wheel, caution required. Because the lines, they not great.
Left lane change starting.
Actually, I probably would have been okay switching back.
Right lane change starting.
United States Steel, Steel Yard. Home of the Railcats. What's a Railcat? Whoa!
Advanced drive ended.
Advanced drive ended. Vehicle system issues, says the reasoning.
Advanced drive activated.
What were those vehicle system issues? Who knows?
Braking ahead. Advanced drive ended.
I'm not trying to end the advanced drive though. Just want that truck to get in front of me. Whoa. Nope, I need to be in this lane.
Advanced drive activated.
Yeah, hands off and stop and go. Woo woo. You know, is this kind of my dream? Yeah, a little bit. Still technically in Indiana. technically. Hands-on sensor temporarily unavailable. How can a sensor be unavailable? We're 8 miles an hour. It's interesting that they packaged Teammate with the hybrid, but not making it an option on the gas. So on the gas, you can get the full executive, rear seat things and all of that. But they don't think that those drivers would want the level 2 ADAS. They wouldn't want Teammate. So what is it about the hybrid owners? Are they more interested in the tech? I mean, I guess that's why I'm covering it, is because I think that you as an audience are going to be interested in it from a tech perspective, I suppose. I have to disable the system.
Advanced drive ended.
Because I need to get out of this lane. Because it's about to end.
Advanced drive activated.
This is on hold, awaiting lane change. Into what? I don't know. I'm just going to try it back off.
Advanced drive ended.
I'll do it myself. Crazy Kaplan's fireworks. A billboard with a baby on it. This is advertised here, baby. Yeah. No. Clever, but not that clever. Not a bad dad joke. But that joke, like communist jokes, are only funny if everybody gets them.
Advanced drive activated.
Truck wreck. WeWin.com. Do you think they put those billboards up in places where there's commonly accidents? So like after you have the wreck, like you can just look up and be like, oh, that's who I need to call. Could be. The Chicago Skyway, or like the $27 bridge. Okay, it's not that much. It's a lot of money. It was one of those bridge projects that was supposed to be like, oh, we're going to put a toll on the bridge until the bridge is paid for. And then we're going to stop doing the toll. Yeah, no. Kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge. Oh, we're just going to use the toll to pay for it. And then they just never took away the toll. You know.
Advanced drive ended.
We'll get an updated price when we approach the bridge here, but last time I checked it was not cheap. It says advanced drive ready, so I hit the button. It says advanced drive not available. Well, don't say it's ready, and then say you can't find the lines. Like, just don't say that it's ready. Kind of a contradiction of terms.
Advanced drive activated.
And then 1.8 miles, I'm going to lose it anyways for the toll plaza.
Right lane change starting.
Easy past left lanes. That's me. Reason for hands-on request. Above the speed limit? That was the first time it said that. Not that I've been going super excessive over the speed limit. 5-6 miles an hour in some cases. That's the first time it's like, nope. That's also
Advanced
weird.
drive ending ahead.
It's also very weird. Thanks, car. Strange. You can also tell when the West Coast is woken up because I'm getting a bunch of notifications on my phone from email from spray and pray PR people. Please cover our stuff. I'm busy. Take manual control.
Advanced drive ended.
Yes. Yes, I have control. This gate's kind of already kinked up anyway. Well, they all are. Left lane press.
Keep left. Proceed about 8 miles on I-90 West. Welcome to Illinois.
I wonder why it's always like welcome. If the car's welcoming there, the navigation's welcoming there, Google's welcoming here. Like, why isn't it like now entering Illinois? Seems to make more sense to me. But what do I know? I'm gonna dip behind the Civic though and try to use...
Advanced drive activated.
Oh, but in 2 miles it's gonna stop working. Because of course. I mean, because of the toll booth, of course. But... But then the system says it'll be available again, so... Booyah.
Advanced drive ending ahead.
No, it's still hands-on because presumably all sorts of reasons. See the signs? Check your speed. That Corolla's going on about 80. $7.20. Yikes.
Advanced drive ended.
Isn't it ionic? Don't you think? It's like rain. Sorry, I won't do that again. This gate's very broken. Used to be a McDonald's right here. I don't know if anybody ever visited it, but it used to be one right there. Weird. All right, it says advanced driving is back once again, available for my pleasure.
Advanced drive activated.
And in 3.6 miles, it will actually assist me with the lane change to get over to yet another lane. So says the computer. We shall see. I got around that 90-mile-an-hour Corolla. That's weird. Guess speeding really didn't get you that far, did it? So in 2 miles, I'll have to do a left lane change assisted, and then in 4.8 miles, another left lane change assisted. Wish I could show you this. Like I said, if I can, I'll put something in way back earlier in the video. So if you've seen it, you don't need to know, but it'd be kind of cool to be able to show this. But the driver assist stuff would prevent me from putting something right in front of the instrument cluster. No kidding.
In 2 miles, use the left lane to keep left onto I-90 West.
I don't know, it may be possible. I'll try something. If you end up not seeing the video of that, then it didn't work. If you do, hey, bonus. The Dan Ryan Expressway. No trucks.
Keep left onto I-90 West. Keep left. Proceed about 7 miles on I-90 West.
It is slowing down for the curves. That's kind of nice.
Left lane change starting.
Wow, it just decided to do it. That was helpful, actually. It just took over and said, look.
Advanced drive ended.
But then suddenly road data wasn't available. So it was doing so well, and then it just stopped doing well.
In 1 mile, use left 3 lanes to stay on I-90 West.
Well, definitely in an area we can't use it. You'd think that all of I-90 would be digitally mapped, but guess not. Or it is and it's not able to tell where I'm at. Could be a lot of things, I suppose. So it almost one time did a ramp from a highway to a ramp to another ramp, on ramp. I mean, like a highway to ramp to highway. Almost did it, but then stopped.
In 1 mile, use left 2 lanes to stay on I-90 West.
Just a weird kind of, not really a cloudy, like not really like storm cloudy kind of thing. Just an interesting blue over the city today.
In 0.8 miles, use left 4 lanes to stay on I-90 West.
$272 miles. We're in the home stretch. Vehicle position initializing. So this area is allegedly, potentially digitally mapped. Braking thrusters. Whoa!
Advanced drive activated.
Manually steer left lane change. Why? I need to exit right here in a hot second. It really doesn't want me in this lane, but it wants me to get out of it. But I see the road sign ahead. I don't appear to need to be out of this lane. Especially because it wants me to take that exit. At 51H, why do I need to manually steer left lane change? Why? It's not necessary. Because you want me on the Eisenhower Expressway. Actually need to be one lane over into the right.
Advanced drive ended.
Right? Because you want me to take exit 51H to the right towards Aurora, which is the Eisenhower Expressway, and not towards Indianapolis. So that's confusing. I guess don't trust it all the time. At least that. And you trust the navigation. Navigation's right.
Take exit 51H on the right toward Aurora, and then keep left onto I-290 West.
Still says advanced drive is unavailable, which, I mean, makes sense for a data unavailable. But it was wanting me to get out of whatever earlier. It's very weird. I'm not entirely sure that Not sure why. Nice. Another EV6. 2 EV6s in the past quarter of a mile. People are buying them. People buy electric cars. Who knew? Now, the one thing that I wish is like that.
Right.
Well, so almost that guy almost fucking lane change into me.
Keep left onto I-290 West, and then keep left onto I-290 West.
Just because you have your indicator on doesn't mean you can smash into me.
Keep left. Keep left onto I-290 West. Keep left.
Another big loud truck horn.
About 6 miles on I-290 West.
Another big loud truck horn. I wonder if it's gonna almost hit somebody else.
Advanced drive activated.
It's been a really expensive day for you, buddy. No, you're just trying to do your job, but You just came over. You didn't, like, I didn't see you coming, like, because you were in a lane over.
Advanced drive ended. Advanced drive activated. Right lane change starting.
Oh, Cook County Hospital Police? Okay. Interesting. Anyways, what I was going to say before that truck almost ran me off the road was I wish that the display that shows you sort of all the cars and all the lanes around you, all that LiDAR display and stuff, I wish that was always up or always available as an option. It is on Tesla, it is on some other cars. The advanced driver assist has to be on for you to see it, and I kind of like the situational awareness that comes with it. Toyota probably thinks it's distracting when you're not in this mode, but I would like to see it all the time because it's cool. That's Pulaski Station, like Dr. Pulaski, Season 2, Star Trek The Next Generation. Yeah.
In 2 miles, keep right, onto I-290 West.
She was really a racist towards Data, calling him Data and calling him it all the time, and just really... And also not really great at her job. There's some people on the internet that defend her, like, oh, Dr. Pulaski's the better doctor. No, she wasn't. Sorry. V-dub. It suggested I move to a faster lane. I don't think there is a faster lane. I believe we're going to be moving the same speed the whole way. 30.9 mpg, 280 miles. Chicago. It's almost 86 degrees here. It was 80 at home. Well, not at home. It was cooler, but like outside the city, it was definitely in the low 80s, and now it's in the upper 80s. It's the city heat and the pavement and all of that. There's talk out there of like, oh, we should paint the roads white. Not really sure how that would work, how well the paint would hold up, but pavement does absorb a whole lot of heat, just like roofing for your buildings. If you have a house, paint your roof white. Save on your cooling costs.
Keep right onto I-290 West.
Don't really see anybody doing it, but there are projects around the world where people have done it, experimenting with it, showing it. Gatorade water. Electrolyte infused for great taste. The Gatorade water. Like, do we need Gatorade water? Do we need that? Gatorade's not supposed to be water. Whatever. Marketing! Doop. Lots of different Iowa plates. This is a Cornhuskers. Actually, a Huskers vanity plate. But that was like yellow and red, almost like an Ohio party plate that you get from a DUI. Though I don't think that that's the case here. But there was like a black Iowa plate earlier too. But there's definitely some interesting variations in Ohio or Iowa license plates.
Keep right. Proceed about 7 miles on I-290 West.
Golf TDI. Mark 4? Vermont. Well, that's a trip. Ford Explorer coming up in the left lane with the same indicator on. Just indicating away. Yep. Still indicating. Oh, no, turn the indicator off. California plates. Car says I need to take manual control in 5.9 miles. Okay. California plates doesn't mean the car is actually from California. I mean, this press car has Texas plates on it. Because that's where Lexus is based out of these days. So that's where they register their vehicles. So the Equinox basically cut me off and the car didn't freak out. That's nice. I suppose with radar and LiDAR, it's got a pretty good idea of what the car is doing. So it didn't need to slam on the brakes. Some systems would have definitely braked harder than this did. So, props there.
Left lane change starting.
Confirming surroundings. Automatic lane change on hold. Confirming surroundings. There we go. Took a minute, but it didn't give up. No siree.
Right lane change starting.
Looks like going home might be a colossal pain in the boot. Won't be recording that part though. Fuel's more expensive here in Chicago too. Shocker! I mean, I'm not shocked, but... Oh, Hamilton County, Ohio, Columbus, or Cincinnati. Woo, you're far. Shades of Bronze, LA 10. Bell Tire.
In 2 miles, use left 2 lanes to keep left onto I-88 West.
On the positive side, I only think I need to go back through all of this footage and only bleep out 2 times I cursed. That's encouraging.
Advanced drive ending ahead. Keep left onto I-88 West, and then go straight onto I-88 West. Keep left. Advanced drive ended. Go straight.
Not really sure why this ramp couldn't have been digitally mapped, but I don't know if it is in Super Cruise though. Like I'd have to do the same drive with those, right?
Proceed about 6 miles on I-88 West.
All right, we're back in business. Maybe. It says vehicle position initializing.
Advanced drive activated.
Alright, so it will, in 0.8 miles, assist me over. I am paying all sorts of attention. Now I had a hard time seeing my face. Now it knows that I'm going to exit here in a little bit, so it wants me over in the right lane.
Right lane change starting.
Oh, but see, it's slowing down, which isn't working. See, there's too much traffic behind me to slow down. There we go. That's better. So it defaults to slowing down, but I can give it gas to accelerate, and it'll still keep looking for that spot to bump over. Now in 0.3 of a mile, which this Malibu, will it be past me? I don't know. So now in 0.2 of a mile, it'll do one more lane change. Progressively. Hold steering wheel, lane change ahead.
Right lane change starting. In 2 miles, use the right lane to take exit 134 on the right toward Highland Avenue.
At 1.2 miles, it's just going to lose this. But then it says it's available again. But I don't know why, because we should be on side streets.
Advanced drive ending ahead. Advanced drive ended. Take exit 134 on the right toward Highland Avenue, and then keep right onto Highland Avenue. Exit right. Keep right onto Highland Avenue, and then turn right onto Butterfield Road. Keep right. Next right onto Butterfield Road. Turn right.
I'll see convertible over there. Oh, why is the top up? Put the top down. I mean, it is 87 degrees outside, but come on. What do you buy a convertible for? So I hope you enjoyed this video. I'll give you some final conclusions once I get parked in terms of what I feel about the Lexus. But if you're still here, leave a comment saying, "Woo, I'm still here, I survived." Or if you're asleep, that probably woke you up.
Turn left. Proceed about 0.9 miles. In half of a mile, turn right. turn right ahead, and then turn left.
Well, what can I say about the Lexus? It is comfortable. Still need to play around with the seats a little bit, I think, to find exactly where I want to be in terms of seating position. But it's comfortable. It's quiet on the highway. It's plenty powerful, honestly, for what you use it for. Back seats are super comfy. Obviously, we didn't show them on this video,
Turn
but
right.
31 miles to the gallon since the last time I restarted the car. I wish that were a little bit better. And by a little bit, I
Turn left
mean...
ahead, and then your destination is ahead on the right.
I'd like it to be in the 35 range, I think, even with the highway-ish sort of stuff going on.
Turn left.
But I think the big thing is at 117,000-ish, that's a lot of money. And I don't know, like, once you reach that price, oh, there we are. Once you reach that sort of price, like, you can get into a lot of sort of mid-spec-ish Germans, or you can get a fully loaded GV90, or not GV90, I mean a G90 Genesis that is, well, good. I mean, a very good car. Doesn't have the name recognition, of course, but it does have all of the features, except for a hands-off driving assist program, which this is. Or that this has, I should say. 295.7 miles later, what have we learned? Well, we learned that Teammate has more sensors than a Galaxy-class Starship, and it uses them pretty well. I like the approach of using both cameras, LiDAR, and radar for hands-off driver assistance. I think it gives the car better situational awareness of what's going on. I think that in terms of refinement, Super Cruise is still a little bit better. Blue Cruise, I haven't tried it with the lane changing stuff yet, but Nissan's ProPilot Assist 2.0 is also pretty good. Now you have to have your hands on for those lane changes as well. So Super Cruise I still think is probably top tier. What I think Teammate would really benefit from, though, is being in more than one car. You should not have to spend $120,000 to get the feature or buy a hydrogen-powered car that you can only use in one part of the country. To learn more about Toyota's hydrogen efforts, including its new Tri-Gen facility at the Port of Long Beach, click the video link right over here.